What's up, everybody? My name is Will from Ghosthack, and welcome to a feedback live stream. A track feedback live stream. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is something I have not done yet. Black Marvin has done this a couple of times on the Ghosthack channel, and it's been pretty well. Genre, you're supposed to any genre. If you have any track, I don't care what genre it is, you can go ahead and comment. I'm not there. There are a lot of comments here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through all of them, but I'm not just going to go in numerical order. I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit. I'm going to go back and forth. I'm going to kind of spread it out. So I'm going to try to get a good wide swath of people. This is the post. You can see there's a pinned comment in the chat. If you're in the chat right now, there's a pinned comment linking you to our Facebook group here. And if you are a member of this Facebook group and you have not submitted a link yet, if you've already submitted a link, we ask that you kind of sit back and just let us get and let some other people's links come in, because it gets a little clogged with this amount of comments. But if you have yet to submit a track, you can go to this post on our Facebook group, again, pinned comment in the chat, and you can comment your track here. There's a lot of them. I'm going to be going through them, and I'm going to be kind of choosing them sort of at random so I get a good swath. But this is what it is. Most of them are going to be through SoundCloud. So real quick, let me just test my levels here, and I'm going to show you guys how loud just a mastered track would be. This is one of my releases. No escape. So a master track would probably be about that loud, or at least it should be about that loud. If you think that my voice needs to get turned up, or maybe SoundCloud needs to get turned up, I can turn my voice down, then that'd be totally fine. But I'm going to go ahead and start going through these links, because we have a lot of links to go through, and I'm probably going to try to keep it pretty steady. I'll probably listen through about half the track. That was a heavier track. That's the kind of stuff that I do, so not everything will probably be this heavy. It'll be a mix of genres. But maybe I'll crank this down just a little bit here. I'll bring it down a little. But I'll go ahead and start listening to these. We'll probably get a lot of different styles. So I'm gonna go ahead. I gotta view these previous comments. I refreshed the page. Okay, I did this a second ago because I knew I would have to do it. But basically, I just have to view these previous comments and get through and go back up to the top so I can scroll through them. Because there isn't a way, I've seen on Twitter, there seems to be a way, when I go on Twitter on my computer, there seems to be a way where you can pull up a page that is purely just the post on a page and all the comments come up from there. But there isn't really a way to click on a Facebook post and like make it big, like view the actual post and like share the link to the post. It was only just the link to the group. But okay, here we are. I'm just going to start. I think I'm just going to start with the first one just right up top, and then I'll kind of skip through. So let me open this in a new tab, and we'll go ahead and begin. This is Tenet by Night One Beats.
Night One Beats.
That's a dope synth. I'm gonna stop right there because it sounds like that's pretty much the beat. You're not gonna make too many drastic changes in the other half, but that's pretty dope. I'm a fan of this beat. I think that's really cool. I really like futuristic beats. Like I said, that synth was good. That's a really good beat. It's a really good tune. Man, as far as critique, there's not too much that I'm really going to give here. I guess my one concern is if, let's say, you made a beat like that and you're selling it to a rapper or a vocalist. I think that the vocals that are already in there might clash if a vocalist is trying to put some kind of vocals on top of it. If this isn't just a flex beat, if it's like an actual beat that you would sell, then I feel like the vocals that are already on it might clash with the vocals they would put on it. Maybe there isn't too much room in the track for vocals. In the other spots where that vocal isn't, I think you're fine. I don't think it's too much of an issue. Like areas like that's fine. You can fit vocals in there. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty much my only concern. This is a really awesome beat. Usually I personally mix my drums a little bit louder, but I mean, I mix my drums louder whatever I do, so I'm not going to hold that against you at all. It's just difference in mixing styles. That's totally fine. Great work, Night One Beats. That's what's up. I'm about it. Good stuff. Night One Beats. I'm gonna go ahead and like that. Next up, let me just give it a scroll. We'll do Shawn McMillan right here. Let's see what you got. This one's got some action. There we go. I actually like that. That's not usually the style that I listen to, but I mean, that's as for what it is. That's really good. I think that's pretty well done. I think you did a good job adding all the elements without making it sound overpowering. I think it's mixed very well. You have drums that are really good at keeping the rhythm. Yeah, it feels kind of smooth and jazzy. I did a lot of work with jazz music when I was taking audio tech courses, and I did a lot of work with jazz bands and jazz live recordings. And this is I mean, this is probably a lot better than the stuff that I was working with. I like that there was also there's also some synth elements. And yes, from the stuff for the emails, we don't have as many submissions from the emails, but I do have submissions here that I'm also going to be going through every now and then. But yeah, I think as far as the only thing that I would add or take away or edit at all, I was itching for some kind of delay on the vocals. I could hear that there's reverb on the vocals. There's there's some whispery vocals. They're very good. The vocals are very good. Some kind of echo or delay on the vocals is something that I would like to hear, but it's not even necessary. Like that's just me nitpicking because the mixing sounds great. Some vocal going to lose power off key. No, the vocals sound fine. I'm totally about it. I don't think there's too much I have to say about this. I think it's very well done, and I think the mix is also very solid. So good work on that. It's like this jazzy electronic mix. I'm about it. I like when the guitar came in. It was exactly what I was looking for in that one moment. So excellent work. I'm a fan. And I'll just give it a scroll. I'll do this person next. The Mist. This is techno. Sorry, I have to go through the track. I can't pick and choose based on the comments yet. I just have to. I'm just going through and scrolling through and giving everyone just a wide swath. If I get all the way down to the bottom, I will work my way back up. We'll just see how that goes. See how long it takes. Okay, cool. We got some melodic techno going there. That's cool. I would say I think this may be, I don't listen to too much melodic techno. I have heard it before, and I've heard plenty of techno music. But I will say it's a little bit unchanging. It's a lot of kind of the same thing. There's not too much here that's kind of grabbing my attention. It's sort of just a basic kind of generic rhythm. There's not too much happening that's interesting. The mixing is a little bit, the kick isn't super strong either. It's just kind of a really light kind of, like there's no really low end punch to the kick. You don't need high end punch to the kick in order for the kick to be heavy. You can still just have it be like, and then have it actually punch through. But techno it's not usually as punchy either, so I'm not really gonna hold that against you too much. But at least not as much as some other genres. But yeah, I would say that someone said in the chat, the clap is a little bit weak. Yeah, the clap is a little bit weak, but I also think that's due to kind of the master that you threw this on. Like as far as the mix and master, it ended up being that those shakers and hi-hats, that top loop was a little strong and the clap was a little weak, because I can hear that it's very compressed and limited. It's compressed and limited pretty hard, and I was hearing some pumping action. It sounded a little squished, so it wasn't quite perfect in the mastering stage. But I mean, overall, I would say my number one criticism would just be that it's a long track, 6 minutes, where not too much happens. Like there's not too much going on, not too much to keep my attention. I think as far as a basic beat goes, it's a really solid idea. Like you got a progression here. Like there's elements, you know what I'm saying? It just needs to be elevated, so someone listening to it would be like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like they're really they're kind of hyped, or even for chill melodic techno, they just need to be impressed. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not a hype thing, maybe it's just an impress thing. But that's pretty much what I have for this. Overall, I like the idea. I like where it's headed. So awesome. There we go. And yeah, there it is. Now let's give another scroll. I'll take it's YouTube. I'll take this guy. Oh, that's YouTube too. Yeah, you know what? I'll do YouTube. I'll do YouTube. I don't see any reason why I couldn't do YouTube. So let's take this guy. All right. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be brutally honest. I'm not a big fan of the track. I'm not really quite sure what genre it is, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I think that it's a little bit. I think just because it's a little bit scattered. I can tell there's a sense of structure that you have. I could hear parts where it was where you were like starting an intro and then it sort of break down and then went up into a drop. I feel like the drop in the intro, the melodies and things, especially like the melody right after the drop, they don't really match up. Like they're not really in the same vibe. The synth plucks themselves are nice. Like I'm totally fine with the synth plucks that they're in. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the progression. I feel like my main concern is that I just feel like it doesn't really stitch together very well. Like the vibes that I'm getting are not really the same between the two. It just seems a little bit scattered. Yeah, it's probably a producer in their early days. Obviously, this is far better than the stuff that I started with when I just picked up FL Studio. So I can tell that they've been in FL Studio at least for a little bit of time. And I know FL Studio because I heard some stock FL Studio samples in there, which is totally fine. No shame. I don't really use them, but I work for Ghosthack, so I usually use Ghosthack samples. Can't really say that, but yeah, I think that there's definitely an idea there, and I think that there's a good sense of structure. If I'm going to compliment it, I think that would be, and I think it was the clap. Yeah, good sense of structure. Just work on making your sounds kind of feel the same and making the vibe you're getting from each part of your track kind of stitched together so it feels like one. That would be my recommendation. But awesome. Let's give it another scroll, and yeah, I'll take this. Oh, that's Spotify. I can't do Spotify. I can't do the Spotify. I can do YouTube though. So let's go right here. Nice rhythm. We'll do feedback live streams again sometime. Nice. I'm gonna pause it right there. I'm a fan of this. I am a fan of this. I have a playlist on that I listen to for, it's just like my study music when I'm working or studying and I just need something chill, and it's full of music like this. I would listen to this. I think this is really tight. It's really nice, easy to follow. It's really pleasant. The guitar in there's awesome. You got the synths on the left side. The drums are real steady. It's very clean. And I'm also pretty happy with the mix here. You got a good strong bass line that isn't overpowering. I'm kind of struggling to figure out critiques for this one. It sounds good. You got the synth coming in there, yeah. Good atmosphere. This is good work. I'm about it. I'm happy with this. Good job. Excellent stuff. This is this one. Now we'll give it another. Is your headphones inverted by any chance? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be inverted. I don't know. Maybe it's. I don't know. When I say left side, this is my left side. It probably shows up as right for you guys, but I don't know. Mirrors, whatever. All right, and then we have YouTube here. Already the visual looks pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna stop it right there. This is dope. I really like this beat. I just started out with the chords, with you doing the chords, and I really love the chord progression. There's some really tight chords in there. I think the drums are nice and deep, they go nice and hard. They're sort of heavy and trappy, but they're not like super in your face overpowering. I think it's really good. The vocal mix was great. I'm a fan of this. You did a good job. You did a good job with this one. I think the one thing that I would think is probably with the 808. When I hear the 808 and it's very consistent, like it's super steady. It's pretty much like a sub bass. Like you hear how steady and consistent that 808 is. It's pretty much like a sub bass, which isn't something that I can't say I wasn't a fan of the producer tag. I wasn't a super big fan of that. But the sub bass is super consistent. With an 808, I kind of want it to fade out and go like boom, 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 like that. So it kind of fades instead of just being like the whole time. That's just sort of my preference, but it wasn't a super invasive 808 either. Like it's a good heavy one, but it wasn't bothering me, so it could still pass. Yeah, some variation would be lit too, but overall, it's a tight beat. I'm about it. I'd listen to this. I'd listen to this outside of just a critique. So good job. Yeah, following a progression with the 808, it's like treat an 808 like an instrument. That's what I always do. I always write my 808 lines and almost like a melody. I write it high up in the register so I can hear what it's doing, and then I move it down to the subregion so it's not just a steady bass. So that's what kind of differentiates bass in hip hop from bass in trap, for that matter, from bass lines in other genres of EDM like dubstep and stuff, at least for me, because that's the other genres I produce. Now I'm gonna dip into these. Submissions right here from the emails. So I'm gonna go ahead and let me just take this one here. This is number 8. I'll jump around with these two every now and then. There's not as many, but I'm just gonna go ahead and take this guy. Got some more hip hop. I like it.
You's all tall. Why would I listen to you? You gon' cap like a hat. I'm in the back and I'm rocking all black. Run up and get swung on baseball bat. Oh my gosh, did you hear my voice? It just cracked. I don't care though. Run up on me, blind your eyes, you impaired now. Knock off your top like Rapunzel, her hair down. 2 sides to each story. We're even like a square now. But a square has 4 sides. I'm splitting wigs like apartheid. Really in the field like a fun guy. You get it? Fun guy. Like a mushroom. Run up on me, my 40 just might bust you. I'm taking ice, now I'm sick, I'm bless you. I'll be your downfall. It won't catch shorty, know I'm popping like beans. Senzu, Dragon Ball Z. Free all my dogs in a kennel before I find the key. Do the potty dance, gotta pee. Watch your P's and Q's while I'm serving a QP. Dummy got robbed while you was serving a cutie. How could you be so clueless? He went to the jail and he told like a rat, Rufus. I fired him, knocked him out, and now he toothless. Like a dragon, how are we training him? Subtract him like math, when we big braining him. Gun on my hip is gonna knock off your cranium. Dodging BS with the armor, it's made of titanium. Terraria reference. I'm sinning too much, I might marry a reverend. I don't rock with 12, so I carry 11 shots in an MP7. Say hi from heaven. Or hell, I don't know where you going. Take what's mine's like Mater, I'm towing. Super squid with Krakatoa. Is it snakes like constrictor? Boa. I was broke, I'm getting richer. Hopefully, one can dream. Sadly, there's no hope for me. If I ran for president, no one would vote for me. Cause I got no followers. Besides your girl, she a follower and a fan. 6-shooter on my hip, dirty Dan. I kick the bucket before I kick a can. My music gon' live forever, Peter Pan. And I will never ever switch with my friends. I ain't got friends. Shout out Jason, my homie to the end. GTA run up on us and get wasted. Why would I listen to you? You gon' cap like a hat. I'm in the back and I'm rocking.
Cool. I'm gonna give it a pause right there. As far as the beat goes, I really do like the beat. I think the beat is done really well. Someone's talking about stereo. They're getting dizzy. There is like a doom doom that goes really stereo. I don't know. I like it. I like when the stuff gets more stereo. I'm a fan of that. So as far as the beat goes, I think it's really well done. It's a very well done beat. As far as the rap goes, I can't rap, so I'm not gonna go too harsh on this. The lyrics were great. I think as far as the lyrics go, it was awesome. The performance itself, I wasn't a big fan of. Like the sort of the vibe, it was just like da 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 da. Like it sort of threw me for a loop, where it's not really something I would listen to. Maybe it's a style, maybe that's what you're going for. If so, then that's totally cool. But I don't know. That's just the particular vibe that I was getting from that. Overall, I think this track is really good. I think the beat is really nice.
Black and no one will vote for me because I got no followers. Besides your girl, she a follower.
So yeah, someone says the rap was hot. So maybe that's just a difference in style. That's all I was saying. It's like there's obviously nothing wrong with your lyric writing. You're pretty dang good at it.
Fan, 6-shooter on my hip, dirty Dan. I kick the bucket before I kick a can. My music gon' live forever, Peter Pan. And I will never ever switch on my.
Yeah, the beat's hot. It's definitely good. You did a good job with that. So that's what's up. Yeah, people are liking it in the chat. This is good stuff. I'm definitely satisfied with that. I'm happy with that. So good work. Good work. All right. Let's say Sam Peterson. I will say, I'm a big fan of this kind of style, this like atmosphere. There's almost like dubstep drums in the background, this sort of beat down style that's very melodic and ambient. I really do like the genre. That being said, I think this track is good in concept, not too great in execution. Like I think the drums that were used is it's almost like cinematic music. But I think the drums that were used probably just weren't good samples. Like they were kind of weak. They sounded a little like broken. They weren't very open and clean. Yeah, it's like a down tempo sort of style. And they weren't really sort of open and clean. They're kind of tight, and they sounded like a little bit cheap almost. Yeah, and there were like some sample dropouts, and like it didn't really flow together as one. I think that's really the thing, is there wasn't much structure. But I'm not too worried about that, because a lot of this ambient style doesn't follow traditional song structure. I think you just have to make sure the elements flow together nicely, so like one doesn't cut off and the other one starts. They actually flow together, and you just fade in and out between the two and make it really atmospheric. That's definitely a must here. But like I said, good in concept. It was just the execution that was a little bit off. So some better drums, maybe a little bit stronger, a little more open. You can also add some more in the stereo field and make sure that everything flows together a little better. Do you live every week? Yes, we go live every weekend. It's not always track feedback. It's a lot of producing, a lot of production. But overall, I think that's interesting. You got a good concept there. And you're definitely on your way to making some good stuff in this genre. Don't stop. Again, like I said, I do like this genre a lot. It's something I legitimately like. So that's what's up, Sam Peterson. All right, let's do Nathaniel. Let's see what you got. right, I'm gonna go ahead and give it the pause there. Full on Avicii vibe. Yeah. This is pretty good. I think overall the work that is done here is pretty good work. It is a little generic. It's like kind of generic. Like you could hear this on like a YouTube library. You know what I'm saying? But I think overall there's not actually too much wrong with this. Like you have structure, you have your elements there, they're all done. The mixing isn't super great. Like when you get into the drop, I wanted to like open up and be like I want to hear it just really open up and be nice and wide, and I want it to be not heavy but just more body. Yeah, stack the layers to the drop. So like the intro, as compared to the drop, it already is heavier, but I want that lead to be really stereo and really opened up. Overall, other than that, yeah, good structure. I would say the drums, I personally automatically want to start out with a kick and a clap in the first part of the drop. It starts out with just the kick, and like I'd want to do kick, small clap, just a small clap over the kick in the drop, in the first part of the drop, and then when it goes to the second half, then you open up with that big clap, and then it gets that sort of reminds me of one particular track. Maybe I can use this as an example because I made something of a similar style for a Ghosthack. I believe it was, yeah, EDM demo. This is a track that I made for a Ghosthack demo, and it is of a similar style. But that's what I'm saying, where it's sort of got this poppy sort of electro house vibe. It is different, of course, but that's what I'm saying, where it kind of opens up in the drop, where it's not just necessarily one lead in the middle. It's nice and wide and full as compared to the intro and stuff like that. So that's sort of what I'm saying here. I think overall there's really nothing wrong with what you have going. Just like enhance it and make it nice and big and just do that kind of thing. So overall, well done. This is Nathaniel. Yeah. All right. So I'll go through, and then Mats Anderson. Yeah, that was it. All right, nice. I think that's really interesting. I think it is a lot of the same stuff, kind of over and over again. It's not really a traditional song structure, but I'm not going to hold that against you. I'm not going to enforce song structure on people, especially for this kind of style. It's not necessarily meant to have that structure, but I think it flows together really nicely. I like those vocals that you're using. The kick is a little bit. I don't know what's the word, invasive maybe. Like I think if you just turn it down a little bit, then maybe that would be fine. But it seems like very dry. Yeah, the spoken words, I like the concept of them. You know what I'm saying? But I think those words in particular, like those actual files, those actual recordings, they don't sound super high quality. Like it's not the best as far, like it's not some deep voice like war, pain with like reverb. It sounds a little dry and weak, but it's good in concept. My feet are paler than this dude's. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But yeah, overall, I think you got a good progression going here for the style that it is. I think it's generally pretty good. You got synths coming in. Then again, I'm paler than like everyone on the planet, so. Okay, and there is a breakdown. I was gonna say the next thing I would think of is just a breakdown somewhere in the middle where you could take away that kick in the stuff like that and just break it down. But you did that here, which is good. The vocals sound good. Yeah, I'm about this. I think you did a generally good job with it. I think for what it is, it's a little bit long, but I think that's also kind of the point of the style. So I'm totally, yeah, the breakdown is tight. I'm about that. So good work there. That was the one other thing that I was thinking, and you check that off. So nice. Sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. There we are. And let's give it another scroll. I'll get to the mail-in ones. Mail-in ones as well pretty soon. I just want to get through a good amount of these because there are a lot of them. YouTube. Windows Movie Maker. Okay, I went through the whole thing just because it's pretty short, but overall I don't have too much of a problem with what is here. Like as far as the style goes, I think at the end some elements were slow, some elements were fast. There was like a little bit off time. It was almost a little bit jarring, but that's a pretty easy fix, honestly. It just you just got to be able to mix the ambient with the faster kind of strings and stuff happening. I will say for a track that is purely kind of piano based and stuff like that, yeah, I'd like tweak the velocities in the MIDI and things like that. I would say you have to make sure to keep it interesting and to keep things flowing so it's not necessarily just the same loop looped over again. You can get away with that when the piano is accompanied by other things, right? But yeah, there isn't really a verse and chorus. It's kind of a cinematic, from what I understand. It's kind of a cinematic thing where it doesn't have any traditional song structure, which we're starting to see a pattern of in this review stream. But I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not always about the song structure, but at least for stuff like this, I think that's my biggest thing. Is just you have to make sure even just little details to keep it interesting. Just little changes, small little things, small little layers, change the velocities, stuff like that when you have just a lot of piano. David, I'm not David, I'm Will. I could be Dave. Maybe I'm Dave, but I'm definitely not David. Yeah, and another thing I was thinking, the melody from this sounds like the melody from, what song? That one Behemoth song. Do. I don't know. That's just something I was hearing. I don't really promote Behemoth's music, but yeah, I think overall I'm not offended by anything here. I think overall it's a really cool idea. You just need to, just produce it a little more, and a little distortion goes a long way. Don't distort this. Don't do that. That's not in the style. But all right. Moving on. Let's see. You have a twin? Nope, I don't. Let's take this one. This looks interesting. What? Oh, okay. We're good.
hear how I feel. It seems too good to be true. Are you even real? I guess I focus too much on you. See all the pain I overcame, I stay away from flirt. I withdraw from the game, don't want to be hurt. In complete denial of my own feelings. Caught in this spiral again, I consider the warnings. I'm afraid of losing you, so keep me out of trouble. Prefer not to see you, I'm not ready to rumble. The message is simple, my heart is so vulnerable. I refuse to act, I need a wrinkle in my face. I just wanna dance again, I know that you're special. I want to love, not to spill blood. I don't wanna bleed anymore, so don't make me cancel.
You can check the pinned comment for information on how to submit your track.
Should I choose cowardice rather than rushness? What's on my face? I just wanna live again.
Yeah, okay. I'm actually a fan of this. Even though it's not usually the style I listen to, I'm a fan of this track. I think it's really cool. I was like, sort of like, okay, this is kind of interesting. And then you brought the synths in. Right here, those like distorted saws, Reese bass stuff, that sounds really good. That definitely saved the track. I think it's really cool. I think this track is one of the things where it's like, I'm gonna go back to this sort of idea of great in execution, a little iffy great in concept, a little iffy in execution. I think that's going to be the thing, is because the overall idea of this is great. The chorus is really hot. Yeah, it's definitely really good. I would say there's some issues with the mixing. Like, I think the vocals themselves, they could definitely use reverb, delay, kind of mix them together. There's some harmonies happening as well. And just make sure that those harmonies kind of swim together really nicely, and that could be really good. Overall, I think other than just mastering and pushing it a little bit harder, I think it's pretty all right. Structure is pretty good. Yeah, just make sure you have reverb and atmosphere the whole time.
Are you even real? I guess I focus too much on you.
Yeah, just good reverb on stuff. Just make sure that the space is always filled up with some kind of air. You could even just put some basic atmospheres behind this, just like atmosphere samples.
I withdraw from the game, in complete denial.
Yeah, the vocals sound very dry, along with the reverb and stuff, compression, just to make them nice and heavy. And overall, this is really cool.
My heart is so vulnerable.
I love those synths. Those synths are awesome. And I can hear the vocal just soaring over that. That's awesome. That's cool stuff. It's really interesting. I'm a fan. Let's take this guy, Bob Mark. Yeah. Oh, we got a prod. Nice.
Soski.
Ooh, I love that. All right. Also, Christoph, were you talking about these submissions right here, or the ones through Facebook? But overall, I'm totally happy. Like I'm really liking this. I love the instrumentals you got here as far as the instrumental sounds going on. I think that's really cool. I love that instrument. I think that's really cool. I'm not a super big fan of the drums. I would say I think the drums are kind of weird for the style. Like I expected some more, like the kicks really super tight and snappy. I'd want something a little deeper and kind of thumpy and just a sort of thud. The clap's a little loud and aggressive. Well, there's like two claps. There's a clap that's fine, and then the clap that's like just right up front. But overall, I really do like the beat. As far as the drum pattern is completely fine. There isn't too many change ups or switch ups, but I don't necessarily think there needs to be. I mean, it's under 3 minutes. There's like a breakdown. I think you're fine. I think the biggest thing is really I'm just not a big fan of that kick. That's really the thing for me. But yeah, once I get down to the bottom of the comments, once I get scrolled down, and then I'm out of comments, I will refresh the page, and then I'll continue going through all the ones that are added on top of that. So once I get down to the bottom, I'll refresh, and I'll keep going through all the ones that were added. So I will do that. I don't want to refresh right now because I'll lose my spot, and I don't want to have to scroll down and try to figure out where I was. But once I get to the bottom, I'll make sure that that's done. So thanks. Yeah, cool stuff. Not too complicated there. Not too complicated. It's pretty all right. Bob Mark, nice. And now let's take this person. Okay. I'm a sucker for guitars. I love going metal right there. It just goes in with the double kick drum. Just that's awesome. I think for this for the style, yeah, the double bass. I think for the style, it's kind of a dramatic change. Like I would expect a really dope like sort of breakdown, and then you have like a metal fill, and it just goes into the. But it just kind of comes out of nowhere. So it's cool. I'm totally fine with adding it. Totally fine with adding that. Nothing against the metal at all. Nothing against it at all. I love it. But But yeah, I would say that's one thing, kind of getting that transition correct is a key factor. And I think the one thing that sort of stood out to me in the mix, and I don't play guitar, I don't really track guitars, but is the double tracking. It seems a little bit strange. Like I automatically want, especially since it sounds just like a rhythm guitar in the beginning. If that is like a real guitar that you're playing, it sounds very perfect and on beat. So something makes me think that it might not be an actual guitar. Maybe the lead is an actual guitar. I don't know. I'm not going to make any assumptions. I'm not good at that guessing game. But the double tracking sounds like I want it to have two guitars playing the same riff, more stereo, and then the lead is obviously up front. Kind of when I'm doing like fake guitars or I'm making metal step or something like that, I always have two rhythm guitars playing basically the same thing, and then the plugin that I'm using, switches them up with round robin, so the samples aren't exactly the same. So it sounds like two guitars actually playing the same thing, just in two different versions. So they're slightly different enough just to make it sound good stereo, and then leads right up the center is what I'm thinking. So that's one of the things that stands out to me in the mix. But I see that it is just pounded through really hard, and okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's not really a mastering chain, but it does work for something like this. Also, I'd add some reverb, at least on the snare, just to get a little bit of room reverb to make it sound a little thicker and heavier. But overall, I can tell like some vocals were meant to go over this, you know what I'm saying? And that would sort of carry the track. There doesn't seem to be too much song structure, but that's all good. It just depends on the song you're going for, I guess. So, all right, cool. Sorry, I had to hear the double kick again. So who's this? This was Volta. Or that's not Volta, however that's pronounced. Yeah, it does need a vocal. I will say that vocal is necessary. But let's give this person a listen. Alexander. Sad. Nice. Well, that was cool. I was confused at first. And then that happened, and I was like, okay, yeah, everyone in the chat was vibing to it. That was cool. I will say, I think the transition from this to like the sort of a more atmospheric piano part was a little choppy. Like it doesn't sound like those two are kind of in the same key. Even like the transition between those two needs to flow a little better to make sure that that at least they're in the same key and that there isn't any real confusion there, because the piano sounded a little off when it first came in. But even when the other thing cut out and you just have the piano bit with the atmosphere, that sounds really good as well. I think overall the mixing is alright. I'm not offended by that either. I think that's totally fine as far as like the mix you have it. The snare is pretty high frequency. Like I'm wanting something closer to a clap, but there's just a lot of tss on that snare. But other than that, I think it's a key. I think it's sort of a weird and unique. Yeah, I think it's totally cool. I'm totally fine with the artistic choice. Yeah. I'm totally fine with the instruments themselves and the sounds themselves, but it just sounds like those two keys are different to me. But other than that, I enjoy this. I enjoy this a lot. I'm about it. Good work. It's good stuff. I'm gonna give that a like, and now I'm gonna dip into these submissions right here. I'm gonna just take this one. I'm gonna jump back and forth through these. I'm just gonna grab them here and there. It's gonna be kind of interesting. Good percussions. All right, well, that's definitely an interesting style from the stuff that I normally listen to. As far as the instrument choice goes, I think it's really cool. I like the wide variety of just like sort of traditional piano, trumpet instruments, along with like the sitar and accordion stuff. I think it like has the world vibe, especially with the percussions. I'm definitely about that. To me, the one thing that I kind of notice, and this is just kind of from me producing a lot in the box versus like real instruments, is reverb. It sounds like I want some reverb and atmosphere going on here. Like just a little bit of room verb on the percussions would do worlds for me, because it just sounds very dry. I also like that deep sound. I don't know what that is. Is that the sitar? It almost sounds like a synth, just like that in the background. That. Yeah, it's just really dry. I would want to hear some more ambient, some reverberation, just some room sound to that is what I think for that. Again, I'm not gonna nail you on song structure, because it's definitely not a traditional song. It's not gonna follow a traditional song structure. I'm totally cool with that. But it's just dry is really my one critique. There doesn't seem to be any underlying really progression as far as chords, but I'm not really gonna hold that against you either. It's a lot of world sounds are kind of that way, a lot of world music. Some of it may be a little, it's hard to follow a melody, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't sound super off. Like there's nothing clashing around like, yeah, that part, no. You know what I'm saying? There's no real bit of that. But yeah, that's kind of my critique I have for this one. Overall, it's pretty interesting. We're getting some wide variety of styles, as someone was saying on here. Wide variety of styles, and I like that. Oh wow, stream's doing good. So cool beans. Let's choose someone next. iSound Studio Amsterdam. Let's see what you got. Another sort of world vibe. Those percussions though.
Busca que te gusta, ay, busca que te gusta, ay, busca que te gusta, busca que te gusta.
All right, that's pretty interesting. Again, we're getting some sort of wide variety of styles, wide variety of genres that I don't usually listen to. So that's pretty interesting. Weirdly enough, I actually have heard a good amount of this kind of thing because I've seen a lot of these styles of dance have actually sort of been around. My mother's actually into this, especially recently, a good bit, and I've heard a lot of this. And this sounds like something that would actually be used for like an ethnic sort of dance. Couldn't find dubstep yet, but this actually sounds like something that would be used for that. It's not really steady enough of a rhythm, at least from the other stuff that I've heard of this sort of style. But overall, as far as the elements contained therein, it's solid for the actual style. It is a little bit random. I want some kind of rhythm to follow. I also do want a little bit of reverb just because I like atmosphere. But a lot of the sounds from this genre tend to also be kind of dry and kind of upfront. But yeah, that's my critique of that. Overall, there's not too much I have to say about it. I'm not gonna go too in depth of this genre that I'm not too well versed in, but I can give my general impression, and there it is. Yeah, the synth bass could have worked, I think, very well if it was following a rhythm. You know what I'm saying? That's why I wanted a rhythm to kind of bring everything together. But overall, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Very cool. Yeah, I'll dip back into the other emails in a second. Let's take Lee Cordray, however you say it. Interesting intro. Here's some melodic elements. I'm just gonna stop it right there. That's interesting. I can't say that I'm really a big fan of it. I think it's a lot of the same thing over and over. Like the energy level is the same throughout the whole song. It seems like there's kind of a breakdown. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a breakdown at the end. I would have liked to hear a little more of that just to get some variation. But it's a lot of kind of the same thing. It sounds like something that would be just in the very, very background of some like YouTube video, you know what I'm saying? The melodic elements were really simple, like there wasn't anything really too complex going on, which is okay, you know, sometimes if you can pull it off and still add some variation, but I would have liked to hear some more interesting stuff. I think the trying to breathe vocal was also a little bit out of key. It didn't really seem to work that well. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to blend too much, but it does sound like kind of older styles of like 90s house, you know what I'm saying? kick's very snappy, very snappy kick. I would have liked to hear something a little more deep, but maybe that's just my style. The low end is also a little rumbly. I think overall, just my main criticism is that it's an interesting idea. Yeah, the low end is a little, it doesn't really, it's not very solid, very solidly mixed. But overall, my number one criticism is really just I want to be entertained. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you're trying to make background music, then you can kind of keep doing this. It's like, that's not a diss. That's just that's legitimately like, you know, what I'm saying. But background music is totally fine. But if you're making something that's supposed to stand on its own, you have to make sure to kind of keep it interesting. And yeah, so that's that. There that is. That was this person. And now, whoosh. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to dip back into here real quick. I'm just take this one. Let's take 25. Again, I'm going to kind of skip around through these submissions. Little Tapper songs. No, I haven't. I have not. This one's loud. All right. Yeah, going from an unmastered to a master track is it's a big change. I will say I don't think actually the mastering is that good. It sounds very squashed together. You just sausage just right across the board. So I think it's a little much. But the elements that you have here individually are totally fine. You know what I'm saying? Like you have those drums by themselves are totally fine. The vocal loop by itself is totally fine. The flute that you have by itself is totally fine. Did I highlight the wrong track? What is this? Oh, I did, didn't I? Thanks. I'll undo that. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is just they didn't really seem to go together that well. Like a lot of the elements were kind of clashing, and not that. Yeah, the elements were good. They just didn't really work together. And I think a lot of that could also be the mixing. Like the vocal and the chords and the loop and the flute, that sort of flute whistle sound, were all kind of in the same register, all right there. And they were kind of muddying it up a little bit. They weren't really mixed together too well. And I think that the same could be said for most of the other parts of the track. Some things are a little out of time, like it doesn't really, it's too much at once. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's really stitched together too well. It kind of sounds like just a bunch of good loops were put together into a track and it wasn't really produced super great. So as far as the sounds themselves, I mean, if you made the loops, then I mean, good job making those individual sounds. It sounds cool. But it just didn't really work together too well is really my only concern with this. But it's definitely loud. You got loudness. You got that nailed. So cool. That's that. Yeah, I'm gonna just go through. This looks like something synth-wave, and I'm totally down with that.
Stuck in a circle.
Ghosthack vocals.
Running around the things I said to you, spitting them out just like a child.
right, nice. Overall, I think the structure is pretty good, especially in comparison to the vocals. The vocals are good. I've used those in a track before, and they're really nice to work with. Those are good ones. Not gonna plug that too much right now. Those are Ghosthack vocals, but yeah, there is no mastering, but I'm not really gonna get at them for that either. It's like you could crush this through a master real easy. It seems to be very minimal kind of at the start, and there's part of me that wants there to be more elements right there, but I don't really think I'm going to burn you for that either, because I've heard a lot of tracks that will do that. They'll kind of go down and just be really, yeah, a little bit there if you guys are interested. But I've heard plenty of songs that go down into something more minimal, and that just seems to be part of the style. Maybe if it was cranked through the master, you could get kind of a heavier punch on those drums, and you can make it kind of nice. But then again, it is kind of retro as well, that sort of 80s vibe. And, you know, there wasn't really too many heavy, punchy things happening around that time, at least for this style of music either. So I'm not really going to kill you on that either. I think the biggest thing is just kind of mixing together. I think is probably the mixing is the biggest thing. I will say I want the vocals to have a little more atmosphere, some reverb, maybe delay. You can kind of spread it out a little bit, especially with the harmonies. There's so much room for using the harmonies. I add, when I'm layering a harmony with the main vocal, I'll add like chorus. I'll make it really sort of watery, wishy-washy, and make it blend together. I think the progression is really interesting. Yeah, Blinded Lights. Yeah, it's sort of synth-wave, older vibe. I'm not crazy intrigued. Like, I'm not crazy intrigued by it, but if I hear it, it's like, yeah, that's a track. That's a halfway decent track. It's, you know, throw some mastering on it. It's not going to sound out of place pretty much anywhere. So that's all right. That's all right. Good stuff. I'm going to take Maximilian because I like the name. Yeah, it could be pushed. Feedback every Sunday, but streams pretty much every Sunday. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that right there. That's cool. I especially like this sort of like a synth choir sound that's like gated to match the beat. I think that's pretty cool. I really like that idea. That's probably my favorite element in this track. With an almost 7-minute track, I'd want there to be like some different elements kind of changing, and you add this here and maybe some more like breakdowns somewhere. Because even during the breakdowns, there are the kick drums, so maybe just release the drums for a moment, have breakdown with melody, and then go right back into that kick drum. That could be pretty cool. Just some better structure with that. 2-hour stream. I don't know. I'm probably going to be going for more than 2 hours. How long have we been going? Yeah, this is an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, a little more variation for as long as the track is, with just a little more elements there to keep it interesting. What you have here is totally cool. It's totally cool, but I'd almost add more onto it and just add more variation, you know, add a little bit here, take away a little bit here, and just make it fun. So that's sort of my thoughts on this, just surface level. That sounds pretty cool. Cool track. There we go. And I'm going to get back to the email ones in a second, but here I'm going to do this one. Let's go ahead and open this up. Alright, I'm gonna stop right there. That's really good. I think this is really good overall. I really love, as far as the actual musical talent put into this track, the instrumentals happening here, you know, all the playing, the singing. It sounds really good. I'm definitely about it. I guess the only parts that I think I have critique on are really just the mix. And I've mixed a little bit of this music before as product, like when I was working with I know this is R&B and soul, but it is kind of jazzy, and I worked with some stuff like this when I was in audio programs recording and mixing and mastering jazz. It does sound a little dry, like I want there to be some room. I've already said this a little bit about some other tracks before. I want to hear a little bit of verb on those vocals. It's love time. It's love time. But other than that, the mixing for the style is pretty good. Like, it's just I'm just wanting a little bit of space. That's it. It's nice and loud. It's not overpowering. Yeah, a little more room on those horns as well. You've been watching me since I moved in on the block. Yeah, I'm a fan. There's really not much I can say about this. It's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, not much dubstep. Yeah, Rhodes, keys, whatever. It's all. It's the same. It's not, but I'm going to say it's the same. Yeah, let me dip back in here real quick. I'll take this third one. How about that? Copy that, and then I got to get in the habit of just doing that right away. Medium-sized cafe, yeah. Got some chiptune maybe? Well, not chiptune, but just video game music. as a track, oh, it was chiptune. As a track, I'm not really a fan of it, but I'm imagining myself playing some old, especially with this image right here, just playing some spooky part in an old video game on, my parents' old computer back when I first figured out how to use it. You know what I'm saying? Just really, really classic vibes here. And overall, I think for the classic vibe, it sounds interesting. Yeah, like an old Nintendo vibe. I don't really know how I feel about the snares or the harp. The harp is a little strange. It doesn't really seem to match with any kind of melody or the da 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 things. It didn't work super well, but overall, if you're going for some old classic retro, dark video game. The song is 14 years old. No, it's 4 years old. Yeah, 4 years old. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much I can say about that because a lot of the things that I don't really like about it are part of the style because that's what you're going for. So I'm not really gonna go too heavy in that. As a track, just on its own, I'm not a super big fan. But for what it is, I think it's not that bad. It's all right. Like if I heard this in an old video game that looked exactly like that, I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, that's that. For this next one, that would be cool. It doesn't really fit the style, but it would be cool. For this next one, what I want to do is I want to get a link in the chat. And this is just going to be a one-time thing. If you want to throw a link in there, don't spam your own link over and over again. But if you want to throw your link in there, I'm just going to pick one person randomly. And then I'm going to listen to this one just out of the chat, just this once, just as a one-time thing. I want to get someone in the chat to shoot over their link, and then maybe if you're lucky, I'll choose yours. So I'll wait for links to come in. Yeah, you can drop your link in the chat now. Again, I just want to do this once to as a fun thing, just to let someone in the chat get some love here. Yeah, SoundCloud links preferable. How long have we been going? Yeah, an hour 30. Link didn't work. Do links in the chat work? Are links off? Somebody's not getting there. Is there a way to turn that off? Stream settings. Links getting filtered. What? Oh, that's no fun. I don't know how to turn off the links or how to turn off the filtering links. I don't want to do the links. Dang it. Are you sure? Well, let me try. SoundCloud. If I were to potentially drop my link to a track in here, I can go like this. I can go share, and then I'll do it like this. If I were to try and drop a link, let's see what happens. See, yeah, it works for me. That's just you don't have to click on that. Maybe it's just, oh, okay, one person did it. Yeah, one person did it. Maybe it's just, well, I'm the moderator, so that probably works. I just thought about that. It probably works totally fine. Yeah, this is the thing. Copy your link and paste it, but take out the .com. I'll write in the .com. Just paste your link, and then, paste your link. I will refresh the Facebook page as well. I'll definitely do that once I get to the bottom because I'm not too far. But paste your link and just take out the .com, and I'll use that. I just want to make sure it works for everyone else too. Or just, yeah. or a space between the .com. You know what I'm saying? If it's a SoundCloud link, then .com should be, then it should be .com. SoundCloud, yeah. Don't think that's working either, really. Yeah, well, at least it was a good it was an interesting idea. Maybe we'll figure out, like, next time we do a stream. Yeah, the moderator, Google moderator, yeah, that's no good. Next time we do a stream, we'll figure that out, and we'll try to see if that works. But we'll figure out a way to do it eventually. It was an interesting idea, but I'll take this person. So SoundCloud, and then .com. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry that didn't really work. It was just going to be a one-time thing anyway, but
You want to know how he's choosing them, don't you?
drum and bass. Heck yeah. I already like the vibe. Here we are.
You want to know how he's choosing them? You want to know how he's choosing them?
Those drums are awesome. Anyway, I actually really like this. I really enjoyed this track. This is cool. I really like sort of neuro drum and bass. It's really interesting, especially when it's dark like this. Almost all the drum and bass that I make has that really dark vibe, because I just like it so much. Then those neuro basses are really tight. Yeah, flams on the snare. The drums are good too. The drums are really tight. I guess something that I know I've said this about plenty of tracks so far, but I want to hear some atmosphere, especially in something like this, where it's not like jump up drum and bass, and it's not like a wall of sound kind of drum and bass. Like, there are a lot of gaps. I want to hear some kind of just reverb on it. You know what I'm saying? Just some room sound or atmospheres coming in. That's something that I'm kind of wishing for in this instance. But I love those percussions coming in. Those percussions are great. I wasn't like super impressed with the intro, but then again, from a lot of other drum and bass tracks that I've heard, the intros don't get terribly complicated. And even when I've made drum and bass, you know, the my intros don't get terribly complex either. It's not super necessary. It's kind of all based around just to highlight the drop and to set the atmosphere. So I'm not going to really kill you on that either. I love the vocal before the drop. It sounds awesome. So good stuff. Atmosphere is pretty much the only thing that I'm hearing here that I would wanna hear a little more of. Musically, he gets it though. Yeah, rhythms are really interesting too. It's not really easy to follow the rhythm, but again, with a lot of drum and bass, you're following the drums. There's less need for a constant, steady rhythm or melody for drum and bass. A lot of it, you're following the drums, and then the bass kind of highlights it. The drums are equally as important as the bass in drum and bass like this. So, so cool. That's awesome stuff. I'm sorry everyone that the comments didn't that the links didn't work out. I'm sorry that didn't really go our way. We'll try to, if we do that again, we'll try to get it figured out and we'll try to be able to do that. But I'm glad this got chosen because this was really cool. So good stuff. Good work. So this is the last one we did on here. So let's scroll down and let's pick another one. I'll pick this person, Steven.
Promo. Promo.
All right. Yeah, this would be really good. Like, this would be a really good track if the mix was good. I think the mix is the number one place that's killing you, even though it is a bit generic. Like they were saying before, it is kind of generic rhythm. I think the mix is the biggest thing because listen to how heavy the intro or the build-up is versus the drop. It like goes down in energy when the drop hits, and that's not super good. I think that your sub bass is too high pitched. I would say down an octave is what I'm hearing. Maybe it's a weird key like C or something like that, where if you go down an octave, it's a little too deep. In which case, you probably either just like add more harmonics or saturation to your sub. But yeah, I think that the bass itself is also kind of weak. Like there's a lot of mid space. It's very high end, and there is not any real mid frequencies to kind of power through. It's not a super strong bass either, and I feel like you need to really crush this through. There's a tutorial on the Ghosthack channel where I go over my thick rack that I put on my basses. Maybe something like that could be beneficial, just to make sure that bass is really strong and pounding through, because it's all right, you know what I'm saying? It just needs to be a lot heavier and thicker. It can't be just a zhup, 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 zhup. It needs to be like a zhup, 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 like almost a machine gun quality, and it gets a little empty. The clap's good. Not a super big fan of the kick, but I don't really have I'm not really gonna hit you too hard on that. Also, sound variation. All you have to do is like, let's say this was a serum sound. Let's just say this was a serum sound. all you have to do, if you're using, maybe it's FM, maybe you're warping it somehow, all you have to do is just change that slightly going into the second half of the drop. And so it goes from a j-j-j into like a j-j-j, just like a slightly different bass that you can, just making those little changes like that for a little bit of variation works really good in rhythm. I know I'm going a little more detailed on this than I did on some other tracks, mainly because this is something that I produce a little bit more of. I have like a little more information on it than some of the other ones. But yeah, that's what I could say for this. As far as structure goes, it's totally fine. Yeah, fill it up. A lot of rhythm isn't super full. I will say that a lot of rhythm is very bare bones. You got your basses, you got your drums and sub. That's what's going on. But if you mix it right, then it can be totally fine. You just have to get that mix down and make it nice and heavy. So that's what I want. I want heaviness. I want heaviness. That's what I want in my life. So this was that. So that's cool. We got some dubstep for you people in the chat asking for dubstep. I like dubstep. Let's take the donkey dance. This will be interesting. Yeah. It's all good, man. Kitchen-based sounds. Kitchen step here. All right. Well, that was a little journey. This is interesting. It's like, I'm assuming that all the sounds, or at least most of them, were made like, yeah, with some kind of field recorder, kitchen sounds, like just a foley mix, which is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to do that kind of thing. I've recorded numerous foley sounds, especially around kitchens, are great for that, and made little beats with them because it's just fun. It's just fun to do. It's just a fun little interesting thing to do. So I think it's cool as a track, like, you know, in the market of music. I really don't think it's going anywhere, but it's just kind of a fun thing. Like, I'd see this on YouTube. Like, if you had a video of and you lined everything up, like every time that thing hit, it was just showing you hitting, you know what I'm saying? If it was like a compilation where you had like 3 screens at once showing all the things that you're hitting and stuff, like that would be interesting. That'd be a lot of fun. But as a track on its own, it's like, well, it's just like it doesn't really hit the way that other kinds of music does, but it's fun. It is what it is. It's just a fun little beat. So I'm not gonna go too heavy detailed on that. Yeah. Or if you want to submit, yeah, a fun meme video too. You want to submit? You can. There's a pinned comment that you can click on. You can get more information about submissions. So there's that. We're getting close to the bottom here, but then again, am I covering that up? Yeah, I could be covering up. There's a scroll bar that's like about right here. So once I get to the bottom, I'll refresh, and then I'll go through the other ones that were added on the stream, and that'll be totally cool. So I'll take this person, Lolo. Drum and bass, some more drum and bass. I like D&B. Okay, that's interesting. That's some interesting drum and bass. I think it's not too intriguing. Can I say that? Like, there's not too much happening that's really intriguing. Lolo, yeah. That, like, it doesn't really draw me in as much as it's just like, okay, it's a cool rhythm, cool beat. There is some low end rumble. Someone was saying low end rumble. There's some heavy sub action. Well, it's not really heavy. It's just loud, just some loud sub action where I think the sub is kind of overpowering a little bit. You're just saying hi, but yeah, I would say I want something of more interest if I'm going to listen to this for 6 minutes long. You know what I'm saying? If this is a 6-minute track, I want something to kind of carry me through the mix, and other than just the elements you have here. Because the drums get a little bit repetitive, I'd kind of want some change ups as well. Yeah, a little bit of a clearer lead. The mixing isn't the strongest, but yeah, overall there's not too much wrong with it. I just think that it's just a little blank, like it's just a little stale, it's a little dry. That's my thing. So yeah, there we go. There's that. Some interesting D&B for ya. Let me go ahead and grab one from here again. I'll take the last person. I'll take 27 here. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Skadoosh. Oh yeah, and I gotta highlight it. Ooh, there we go. Studio samples. Piano at the end to wrap it up. Cool. I actually I like this a lot. It really threw me for a loop right here when you pull up the trap snares. I didn't even see the future bass, but this is just fun. I think this is just a fun track. There are issues, you know what I'm saying? Like it's cranked through a limiter too hard. It's there are some mixing issues. The low end rumble is a little bit getting out of hand. Some of the instruments are kind of clashing. But as far as structure and like the idea of the track and the melodies and stuff, that's awesome. That's hilarious. I love this. Because you got the chip tune that's real energetic. And you get the trap snares coming in. Like Like, that vibes. The energy from this is great. So, yeah, mixing issues are pretty much the biggest thing. If mixing issues were removed from this would be perfect. I love it. So that's good stuff. Good stuff right there. Yeah, you could definitely go into more detail as well on like drums and on getting everything exactly perfect and stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and open up this person. We're getting closer down to the bottom here, and then I'll refresh, and all the ones that came through email, then I'm going to take a look at those. Got some EDM. Okay. Love the piano. It's beautiful.
Say you're there when I feel helpless. If that's true, why don't you help me? It's my fault, I know I'm selfish. Stand alone, my soul is jealous. It wants love, but
I don't think these are Ghosthack.
One, two, three, go!
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just stop that right there. That's cool. That's definitely a big room house track. There's no doubt about that. When I was first starting to make music, I actually had a friend who was kind of noodling around on FL Studio, and they made a lot of big room house, and this kind of sounds like something that they would have made. I think it is a little bit generic, and the low end there's a little bit of rumble here. You get some rumbly low end. And you can limit that, especially in the intro, but for what it is, it's definitely not the worst big room track that I've ever heard. You got the structure down, that's totally fine. I'd want in the second half of the drop a clap to come in. Yeah, then the kick comes in, and you can get more like hi-hats and cymbals and stuff that could come in. That would be really cool. But big room house, you got a good lead, you got a good melody. You know, the mixing could be a little stronger, could be a little cleaner, but I could tell you put effort into this and that you generally know what you're doing, and that's all right. I'm not gonna kick you for that at all. It's definitely good stuff. Not the worst big room house track that I've heard at all. So that's a lot of cool. All right, that was that. Awesome. And now big scroll. This person. We'll take this person.
You seem so far away. I'm not missing you.
we're like going through genres here. We got like some dubstep, and then it's going into something that sounds like bass house. But it's at like a double timed 140 or something like that. This is interesting. I think I can't say that I'm a huge fan of it. I think the vocals, yeah, it sounds kind of random. It sounds a little scattered, sort of kind of weird, a weird mix up of different samples and loops and things. I don't think it works super well. The vocals could use some space, some reverb. It's a little crushed, it's a little distorted and heavy. Yeah, it's like some rhythm and then dubstep and bass house. It's strange. And I'm not super sure about the double time coming in. Like there didn't seem to be too much thought into the timing here. Yeah, they just sort of came in at a random time. I know my snapping was probably out of time because of the stream delay, but yeah, it seems just kind of scattered. The vocals a little off key, sort of thrown together, kind of taken apart and stuck together in a weird way. It's like none of the elements are really that bad on their own, but they just don't really work together in a track. That's pretty much my only criticism, other than just the fact that like the mixing, it's crushed very loud and it could be mixed together better. That's pretty much what that is. Yeah, the ARP is good. I'm totally fine with the ARP.
I'm not missing you.
Yeah, I'm not offended by the ARP at all. It sounds totally fine. But yeah, it is interesting. I will say it's definitely not the least interesting track that I've heard today. Definitely not. All right, so let's down another one. Spooky season, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, that was a journey. That's interesting. It's just a lot of ambient, really chill stuff. It's very weird. It's very unconventional, and I'm totally cool with unconventional music. I have nothing against that at all. And someone mentioned some high-end harmonics that were a little piercing, and I have to agree, especially in here. Like, it's just a little piercing, especially in places like that. It's very weird, and I'm totally cool with that, but it has lots of atmosphere, and I think for the style that you're going for, that's necessary. Normally, if this was, any other kind of track, I'd say that I'd want there to be some sort of rhythm to follow, or some kind of, I know there is rhythm in some parts, but some sort of structure to follow. But in this situation, that's not necessarily what you're going for. It's like you didn't do that on purpose. This is just an ambient track. And you threw in a lot of interesting samples. It seems like the transitions are all right. It's very moody. It's definitely kind of a journey. So for what it is, I would say, yeah, I think this is definitely a halfway decent track. Got a lot of atmospheres, soundscapes. Yeah, it definitely lives up to its title. So good stuff. And then let me head back to here. I'll take this person. How about I take 14? Any plans for setting up a Discord server? I don't know. That would be interesting. We'd have to keep up with that. We'd have to take that into account. Okay. The text is cool. I think my biggest thing with this track isn't the structure of it, is not the individual elements, is not anything like that. I think my biggest problem with it is really just how crushed it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really pushed through, and that the problem is when you push it through, you think it's going to sound heavier. It's not always true. A lot of times pushing it through will make things actually sound weaker. Like, that impact is just kind of lost because the whole, like, the white noise is just so loud being pushed up, and, like, the gunshot could have been really dope. I think that just kind of killed it, and, like, all the cool vibes that I got from this track, because there's a bunch of really cool vibes in this track. You have some good melodies here. There's, like, reverse piano stuff is really cool. You had good drums. Some of the samples are a little questionable, like the telephone and stuff like that. Gunshot was a clap, really. Nah, that's definitely a gunshot. If you tell me that's a clap, I don't believe you. But some of the samples were questionable, but it could have been a lot more enjoyable if it wasn't just smushed down. You know what I'm saying? That was that's my biggest criticism. Interesting vibes here, though. I do like the vibes that I get from this track. Again, the melodies were interesting. It's overall pretty alright. It's just the crushing of it kind of killed it. That was the only thing, or at least the main thing. So cool, interesting. Keep going down. I'll take this person. Okay, we got a video here.
Man, I don't even know what's going on in this world anymore.
Me neither,
Shit's
bro.
gone crazy. Standing here looking out my window, all I see is that American flag. I don't think people even know what that means anymore.
Me neither, man.
You're broken, you're wasted, and you lost your life inside. You're dead alone until these motherfuckers die alive. You feel the pain and then you're broken down until you cried. You lost your love and then you walked away until she died. You left a broken hearted man. And then these motherfuckers hit until they said goodbye. You're dead now, you're wasted, you're broken, you left all your feelings bottled up on the inside. These American dreams are so cold. They leave you broken and lost here all alone.
Okay.
These American dreams are so cold. They leave you broken and lost here all alone. American dreams are so cold.
Hip hop with the chorus is tight. I'm about it.
You're wasted, you're locked in, so you push it down inside.
Yeah, I'm stopped there. That's pretty interesting. I actually kind of dig this. I think where I'm at, yeah, the chin mask, it happens. But yeah, I think overall, you definitely put the work in here. Like you definitely, you made a cool video, and the track is pretty cool. You have a nice beat and just going through that's just really vibing, and it works well with the vocals. I think I'd want the vocals to be a little more up front. Like I'd want them to be kind of front and center, and then you can add like, I don't know, a room reverb or whatever to make it spread out a little bit more. But I want the vocals a little more front and center. But overall, you did really good job. You did a good job with those sort of more like rapping, talking verses, and then you went into the chorus, and it worked out really well. Yeah, I don't have too much to critique other than just a little more upfront vocals. Mad respect for the effort that you put in there, 100%. And yeah, I'm a fan. Keep going, man. You're killing it. You're killing it. Good stuff. Yeah, and then we're getting almost to the bottom here, and I will refresh, and I'll go through the new stuff. Got some hybrid tropical. This will be interesting. I don't know what hybrid tropical means.
I bought a ticket, I had you in mind. Make me feel I'm not alone tonight. I'm on my way to your Otaka side. Oh, I can't let go of what we did and who we used to know, of where we met and how we used to love. I'm on my way to your Otaka side. Can't let go. Will you let me stay the night? Will you let me stay till the morning? Can we dance, just you and I? Will you let me stay till the morning? Late at night, you tell night. Will you morning? Will you late at night? You open that's so nice.
Okay, that's cool. That's some cool stuff. I'm not exactly sure what hybrid tropical entails, but it does seem to have some sort of other elements in it. I guess I would want to. It is a remix, so I don't know. What I prefer not to do remixes. I prefer not to do them because I don't like remixes and bootlegs, because I don't know what elements are yours and what elements are the other person's. I'm not really a big fan of doing critique on them, but overall, there's nothing really too much wrong with this. I guess for the kick, I wanted, yeah, the vocals were really good. That's definitely something from the original track, though, so I'm not really gonna, not necessarily credit that person for that, but. I guess I wanted the kick to have a little more snap to it, because it's just kind of muffled. And the drums themselves are just a little bit muffled drums. The plucks are very good. Yeah, the pattern's really good. The progression's really good. I don't know if the progression is from the original. See, this is just why it's not super beneficial for me to do that, because I'll end up critiquing stuff that was the original person's that was released on Spin, and of course it's good, But yeah, I don't really see anything wrong with this much. Vocals are good.
I can't let go.
Yeah, I want a little bit of punchier drums. You know what I'm saying? I want something a little snappier, something that'll make me bob my head a little more.
What we did, will you let me stay till the morning?
Transients. Yeah, cool structure. It vibes. That's my input. It vibes. That's what it is. Let's take another one of these. Let me take this person, number 4. I'm just trying to make it sort of random. razor glow
Now
sticks.
that I'm in, how do I get out?
Techno. Yeah, once I get to the bottom, I'll refresh the emails. I'm almost at the bottom. I like your acid.
And everyone here.
Okay. I feel like I'm playing laser tag right now.
And everyone here.
Early 2005, yeah.
How do I get out?
Hey, that sounds faster than 145. Is that really 145? Man, I would think it was faster. I don't know. You had double time. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, that's interesting stuff. Crunchy munchy with razor glow sticks. Yep, it's definitely for a rave. I mean, razor glow sticks is designed for that. Yeah, that's really interesting. I like sort of the acid techno aspect. I like the vocals you added in there, are nice and dark. I think it could have used maybe a little bit more side chaining because the kick is a little strange. You could use a little ducking or side chaining on the other sound so it just pumps a little bit more. I think that would make it really good. But yeah, overall good atmosphere on this track. It's not super long, so it's okay that there's not too much happening here. Well, there's plenty happening, that there's not too much changing. Rolling bass 2 is not really defined at all. Rolling bass. Yeah, I guess there is. I mean, I'm not hearing much rolling bass. It didn't really seem like it was brought up front much. Which I don't know if that's a stylistic choice or with side chaining. Side chaining is when elements duck down slightly with, like, especially a kick. In this case, it would be the kick. When the kick hits, all the elements duck down a little bit, so you get like a like that. So instead of just a burr, I know it's a weird way of putting it just with my mouth, but you get like a it sounds like that. It sounds like a that's like a perfect example. Just 100% perfect example of what side chaining is right there. Right there, exactly. So take that and do with it what you will. But yeah, side chaining is just when the things duck down. Ignore me being stupid. Side chaining is just when the things duck down a little bit to the kick and it makes it sound more bouncy. So yeah, overall, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yeah, let's take this person, Andre. We're almost at the bottom. Kickstart, yeah. I think Ghosthack has side chaining tutorials as well. good piano action. That's some interesting stuff. That's some nice chill house music. There's not too much that really draws me to it. Like, it's not super high energy. You know what I'm saying? Overall, it's pretty chill. I will say one thing that's sticking out at me: that open hi-hat. It's real loud. It's real loud in the mix. It's kind of overpowering everything else. You can make it loud, and that's perfectly fine. But like, it's a little overpowering. I'd take it back a little bit. I'd also want, you see, when you go into this drop here, I'd want there to be like a crash or something, like a psh, you know, it's just some sort of down sweep. Some sort of transitional effects would also be extremely useful in these kind of tracks. I know you used an impact right there. That was a good call, you know. Yeah, just like that. You have that little duct. You have that duct sound. Just using that right there as well would be good. Just utilizing those effects. The kick and the low end aren't super strong. Like the sub doesn't necessarily need to be louder. I mean, maybe a little bit louder, but I think overall just the low end and the low mid region needs some boost there. It needs to have a little more strength, especially in the kick. The kick isn't super strong, and this doesn't mean you have to make it heavy. It just means you have to make it just a little bit stronger in the mix. Because the kick sounds very muted. It sounds like doesn't really sound like a boom, boom, boom. Like it's not that great of a kick sound. Pretty much EQ, yeah. But vocals sound interesting. The piano sounds interesting. Overall, it's definitely a good idea. I think good idea. How can I find the genre of a track if I'm not familiar with it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the situation. I mean, the genre all depends on the track. So I guess just go for that artist. Try to look at I'm not going to be able to play all the tracks. There's a lot of tracks here. That would take a very, very long live stream. We've already been going for like 2 hours and 30 minutes. But yeah, just go, if you know the artist, go to the artist and look at their other stuff and see if you can find some ways of finding out the genres. That's my philosophy. And we're down to the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and take this person. Then I'm going to refresh. And then we'll do that. 24-hour stream, 24-hour track critique. You can check the pinned comment, and then it'll give you information about submitting. Okay, this is interesting stuff. Yeah, the lead kind of caught me off guard because it was such a, like, it was just very upfront. It was just right here, you know, that lead just driving right through. Yeah, I think the lead doesn't blend super well, and I think there's some elements here where I can tell you tried to add variation and like you did your best to really blend it together. There are certain areas where you went halftime, like that. You know what I'm saying? You stepped away from the 4/4. I think the hi-hat, where the placement of the hi-hat is all right. I think the hi-hat itself is a little bit annoying. There are just some high frequency stuff in here that's kind of piercing, but lead could use a little bit of verb. I'm not opposed to a lead here at all. I just think it needs to be a little less just in your face, you know what I'm saying? And you need to just pull it back a little bit, add more reverb, kind of blend it into the intro, stuff like that, make it transition a little better. You have some interesting synth chords with the piano. I like that. That transition is a little bit loud. That noise transition is kind of loud, but very, very good in concept. Execution could use a little bit of work, but I like where your head's at, Shadow Fox. Got it in the right place. I like Crush Flux. So I like those. Those are great. Those are probably my favorite part of the track. I like those. But yeah, very cool, very cool. Interesting stuff. And now let me go ahead and refresh. So that was, yeah, this is like 3 hours ago. So let me refresh this page and we can get to some of the new stuff. So this was like when? This was like an hour ago. So let me go back to where this person's submission was. Yeah, right there. Okay, so we have some stuff for me to go through. This is from, oh wow, we've had a lot of submissions just from stream. So this is gonna be fun. This I already went over this. Hang on. We got some double. We got some people doubling. I'm not gonna listen to doubles, but that's all right. I'm just gonna go through. Let's see the top here. Yeah, there it was. So I'm gonna say this person right here. I'll just take. Oh, this is the same person doing a bunch of their tracks. Please don't do this. Don't be this person. I'm gonna listen to one of them, but try not to do that.
You're all that I wanted, but this couldn't last. I wish
Lyrics
that
video.
it would. And now I feel haunted by the ghost of our past. I wish we were good. I'm lost in emotion, consumed by your love, and I can't escape. My heart is an ocean, but it's not big enough to fix these mistakes. Take me far away from where we both started. I need to go back where we last departed somewhere. We can put our past behind us anywhere. We can go anywhere.
Take me far away from where we both started. I need to go back where we last departed somewhere. We can put our past behind.
Okay, that's interesting. That's some good structure, good vocals. That's a generally good track. Yeah, I got some good pop vibes. Works out pretty well. You have some good plucks. I feel like I want the drums to be a little more up front, not necessarily the hi-hats and rides, but the kicks and the claps are kind of low in the mix. I'd want them to be a little more up front. Especially that kick, just to drive it through a little more. It's nice happy music.
Take me.
Also, I really do like the video. Good job with the video and the lyrics video and stuff. I don't know if you did that or if someone else did that, but video is very good with it as well. I think overall, there's not too much of this. It's pretty solid.
Pass behind us anywhere. We can go anywhere.
the plucks and melodic elements, I will say, are also a little loud in the mix. If you take those down a little bit and bring up the kick, up the snare a little bit, and that should be fine. The vocals will stand out nice. It's overall, it's just a little mixing thing. There's not really much in the actual musical creation here that I'm really worried about.
My heart is an ocean.
Good structure, and it works really well with the vocals as well. So nice, very nice. Yeah. If you I was seeing Cryptic and who else? Yeah, Cryptic and Trackformers said that they saw their track here. I'm not seeing anyone Cryptic or Trackformers. But if you're in the chat, at this point, if you're in the chat, we're getting kind of towards the end. So if you're in the chat and you see your track on this page, let me know who you are. Because if you're here and you're listening, then I wanna see who it was. So Trackformers, are you in the chat? Trackformers said that they saw their track somewhere around here. Nitron, okay. So saw them a minute ago. Yeah, like at this point, because this is the new one. So Nitron, I'll go ahead and listen to Nitron. Where? Am I blind? This person, Evan Warner. Yeah, if you see your track on here, let me know. Track's name is Scully. Yeah. When it comes up on here, Wesley Ware, George Riddle. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go further down, but someone said they saw their track. Like if I don't see it, I can't find it. So if you once I scroll further down, then I'll come up on it. But Arsenite. I'm not seeing Arsenite right here. I don't want to scroll away, and then someone's track be right here. So I know you guys are at the bottom. I know you guys submitted, but if someone's track is right here, is what I'm saying. I will go down, but I just want to make sure I'm not skipping over people if they say, oh, my track was right there and you just skipped it, and they're in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Wayne Dyson. Aaron Dawn. I'm looking to match names here. That one there, Zombieland. Okay, where was Zombieland? Zombieland. Okay, so here's someone in the chat. This is cool. That was nice. That was cool. I like this track. I think it's, I'm afraid we can't do Spotify, but I like this track. I'm a fan. There's really not too much I can say. It's a legit drop. It's pretty cool. I think the vocal chop is a little hectic in this scenario. Like, it is a little bit hectic. But I'm not opposed to it at all. Honestly, with it being that hectic, I've heard worse. Like, it's not even that bad in my opinion. It's a good chop loop. You got good structure going on here. I think it sounds pretty good. You got a good intro. Yeah, someone says highs in the master a little bit are a little bit sharp. I kind of agree. I think it is a little bit piercing. But overall, I enjoyed it. Zombieland is a cool track. It's a cool track. You got some cool stuff. So now someone was saying the one right above and right below. So I'm gonna go ahead and real quick, I'm gonna do this one and then this one.
Suppose this film were to be looked at by our descendants. What would you think it's worth telling that generation?
I should like to say two things. One intellectual and one moral. When you are studying any matter or considering philosophy, ask yourself only, what are the facts and what is the truth that the facts bear out? Never let yourself be diverted. Look only and solely at what are the facts. That is the intellectual thing that I should wish to say. The moral thing I should wish to say to them is very simple. I should say, love is wise, hatred is foolish. This is
That's awesome. I love this. This mid-tempo is tight. It's tight as hell. This is really dope. I like it a lot. I think the only thing, and the intro was awesome with the dude talking. That was great. I think the only thing that I'm hearing is really just in the mixing, and I think the drums could use a little more high-end smack, just high-end punch. Like, they sound like they're just a little bit rolled off on the top. Like, not completely, obviously. They do have high-end, but they're just a little bit muffled. And I want them to be nice and crispy and snappy. Not too piercing, but they sound like they're just kind of too contained. You gotta let it get out. I enjoy this a lot. I like all the basses going on here. I think that's really tight. Is that a remake? I don't know. It's a lot of cool though. I'm definitely about this. Some of the basses I think could go together a little better. Like, some are a lot louder than others. Some have a lot more high frequencies and others don't. And like, that can be cool, but you have to make sure that they all fit together. Some are super wide, some are super mono, stuff like that. Just make sure that they all kind of are around the same level and around the same volume. It would be my suggestion there. But yeah, overall, really cool track. Really nice stuff. I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot. And then we're gonna hit the one right below it, and then I'm gonna go ahead and start searching people on here. Oh, this is Pharaoh. This is cymatic stuff. Yeah, a lot of low end rumble in here. I think the overall, I'm gonna assume you started with a loop because this is a Pharaoh thing, but overall, I think it's just a little bit messy. Would be my thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea at all. I think it just gets, the bass is too loud. It gets a little master's clipping, gets kind of muddy. It's just a little washed out. And there really isn't any snare here. Like, it's just a little strange, but I have nothing against the idea at all. The idea is really cool. I like the dragon. But yeah, it's got vibes. It's just got to come together in just a cleaner form. Is pretty much all I'm saying right there. So cool. And now, let's see. Let me go through. Everybody was saying it's theirs when you got Arsenite, Dave Will, Jordan Claspel. Ah, there we go. Let's give this a listen. It's a flip? Okay. Got track formers. Okay, that's interesting. That's some interesting stuff. I think there's really not too much to that. I think it's pretty straightforward. I would have liked the chords to be a little bit bigger and just be a little heavier, just to just kind of come through. That would be really nice. I would have really appreciated that. But overall, I think there's really not too much wrong with this. Maybe a little more reverb on the snare. That would be good for future bass. But yeah, pretty simple here, especially as far as structure. Just make those chords bigger and thicker, and add some reverb on the snare would be my suggestion. Some good vocals in the intro and stuff like that. So cool. It's pretty simple, but I'll just keep my critique simple at that. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna get the track formers right here, and then I'm gonna go through some other people. I got Cryptic, that's in line. Nitron. I'm gonna get to you guys.
So addicted to you, you got me acting wrong. I need changes, you need some time alone. Just to please you, I'll do it, or did I already blow it? Please let me know before I go. And if I leave now, I won't be back the same. Return someone you never know. And if I get caught up there and crawling on my knees somewhere, don't carry me home. I'm okay. Just let me go.
This is cool. I like this. This is really interesting. I will say, I think when you hit this chorus, I'd really like the chorus to be a little like heavier, almost like you have this right here. And all the chords are pretty much like just as loud as they are in this part. So I'd maybe like take it down, you know what I'm saying, in the intro, make it a little more mono, just like just make it a little more quiet, a little more subtle, and then when the main thing comes, then you can open it up to its full power, and that would be really cool. But I like the use of the vocals. You could add more reverb to the vocals too, you know what I'm saying, just add more room and more atmosphere. I do that a lot with a lot of my vocals.
Gotta do this on my own. Just let me go. Don't bring me home. Struggle is my own. Gotta do this on my own. Just let me.
Cool. Yeah, and you had those vocal little chops right there. Those were pretty cool, and those you could also use. That's where definitely like some reverb could come in, and you could make them nice and wet. That glitching was awesome. Really good structure here. You had good energy here. So good stuff. Good stuff from Trackformers. Good stuff from Trackformers. I like it a lot. Next we had Cryptic. I would search for Cryptic. Is that yeah? Cryptic. Cool. I'm assuming this is Cryptic. Cryptic Entertainment.
911. What is your emergency? It's coming. It's
Okay.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What's happening? He's looking at me. Can you please help?
Those vocals on the mix. I like this. This is really interesting. I like that it's like really dark in the beginning with that 911 call, and then it almost goes into like a mournful sound. It's like with the strings coming in here were really cool, and yeah, this drop was pretty cool, and then this drop was really cool, and you just kind of kept stepping it up. This is good work. Big chords. Ending with the 911 call is also pretty cool. And it ends in a murder, I guess. That's that. So that's pretty cool. I like the idea. Anyway, to skip the line by donating. No, we don't have a way to really do that quite yet, but we don't really have that set up. But Yeah, interesting stuff. I like the theme. I like songs with theme that have theme to them, and this has very strong theme, and I really appreciate it. That's what kind of elevates a lot of tracks over other ones is theme. So definitely good work there. Dragon Rot was in the chat a while ago while I was reviewing that, and they've been commenting. Was it Dragon Rot? Yeah, Dragon Rot. Hex rhythm.
Get my pants.
This one is really interesting. I really like it. It's very raw. It's just super raw electronics. Got a lot of high end. Like, I'm a fan of that. I think that style is really interesting. I would say I feel like I want the drums. I've said this with plenty of people. I feel like I want the drums to be a little snappier and to be a little tighter. But overall, I think this is a really interesting track. It's not generic or unoriginal by any stretch of the imagination. Overall, I think the mix is fine. The master's loud. Yeah, I think this is really interesting. It's very unconventional, and I'm totally cool with that. All right, ever since I said that I would start looking up some people, now we got a lot of people in the chat. So I've seen a lot of comments. I'm not like ignoring anyone. I'll keep this as I'm not ignoring anyone. There's just a lot of people here. I've seen Scorch a good amount of times here. Let's see. All right, doesn't even like the amount of times you comment doesn't necessarily matter. Did I spell that right? Was it Scorch with yeah, just Scorch. Okay, this is interesting. This is what. Oh, okay. I thought I recognized that growl, but yeah, this is interesting. I think there's some things with it that are a little bit strange. I think like the intro is very long for what it is. It's kind of a lot of the same. It's cool, but you can tone it back a little bit. Someone said sub is way too loud. Sub is a little bit loud. I feel like that bass is a very interesting bass. I like that bass as far as uniqueness and creativity goes, but I think it's a lot of the same. And just sort of going up and down in pitch is cool, but I feel like I want some differences in bass, which she delivered here in the second part of the drop. But this drop has sort of its own set of things to take in. I feel like no, you can submit any genre, but I don't know how much of the new submissions I'm going to get to at this point because we've been streaming for over 3 hours now. So we're sort of approaching the end, but I feel like these basses need to be a little heavier, a little wider. They need to kind of match the power of these. But good ideas happening here, and a really good vibe for the track. The vibe at least all matches, which is definitely a positive thing. So cool work here. The next person, I went ahead and highlighted a highlighted thing in the track. Yeah, this was Arsenite they were looking for. So I'm gonna go ahead and check out Arsenite, and then I've seen Scully in the track for a while, so I'm gonna do Scully next. Let me go ahead and highlight this. Okay, it's a little quiet, but yeah, this is dope. I really like this. Like, there's a bunch of things I could say, but they're pretty much all about the mixing, and you specified that it's not mixed, so this isn't really a work that... It's kind of hard to critique something when you already know what you have to do. I will say that. Usually I ask people to just submit like the best thing they can, and that's so they can learn as much as they can from the stream. But yeah, if you know the mixing's not mixed, then I'm not going to go into the mixing because I don't know what you know and what you don't know. But overall, I think the layout of this track is really cool. I think as far as the layout of all the things is really awesome. It sounds dope. Got a good intro. got a good layout of your elements, I think it's just really cool. So good work here. Get that mixed, and that'll be awesome. I'm definitely about it. And I see that BLRX is what I'm going to do next after this, but I already had someone copied here, Scully. I already said I'd do Scully. So after Scully, I'm gonna do BLRX. So let me go ahead and just copy BLRX, and let me go ahead and take care of Scully. It's just not. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, we got some nice chip tune. I'm a fan. I think this is really cool. I like melodic dubstep. I've done plenty of that, especially with one friend of mine. And emotional melodic dubstep is a lot of fun. And I think this is a really good version of it. You have some good chords for it, or like some good chord progressions. I would say, I think if we're going to go melodic dubstep and you're going to make sure that it's not just melodic, it's melodic dubstep, I would say layering the chords with some more like basses, you know what I'm saying? If you just have a, you know, like bass kind of layering under the chords as well, that adds so much power. Like the amount of power and the amount of sort of epicness that can add is just crazy. Because the chords sound very nice. I really do like the chords. But if they were layered with some just kind of bass, that would be really cool. I think a good example of this would be, I did one track with my friend that was like this, and he layered a really good bass under the chords. Do you hear kind of the growl of the bass underneath the chords? Yeah, no, the chords are totally fine. You don't have to touch the chords at all. All I'm saying is like layering that sort of growl of the bass is a really cool, fun thing to do, and it adds just a lot of power. So other than that, I mean, that was a sick track. I really enjoyed it. I think you did good work there. It was awesome. So BLRX is what's next, and then I'll get to, let's see, who's this one person? I saw one person. Yeah, I've seen Horizon earlier as well, so I'm going to take Horizon after I take BLRX. I'm kind of getting my things in order. BLRX, cool. Or no, wait, I just did BLRX. Wait a minute. Did I just do BLRX? Am I going crazy? Yeah, I already did BLRX. Yeah, I did this earlier in the stream. Yeah, I can't do BLRX again, but I'm getting confused. Horizon, I just copied Horizon. Yeah, no, the last one was Scully. Yeah, I already did BLRX. Sorry about that, but you can go back and find it. You can find that in the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and check out Horizon.
Wonder Studios.
I'm confused, man. It's crazy.
Oder auf dem Horizont, weiß nicht, ob die Sonne kommt. Oder auf dem Horizont, keine Ahnung, ob die Sonne kommt. Yeah. Keine Ahnung, ob die Sonne kommt, ja, ich bin verloren, doch ich bin nicht verloren. Und dennoch jag ich den Sternen nach, Ist doch Wayne aus seinem Leben abbekommen. Es ist doch klar, du willst den Fame, doch du spielst nicht das Right Game. Mit der Knarre in der Hand wanderst du durchs ganze Land.
Okay.
Rolle auf dem Horizont, weiß nicht, ob die Sonne kommt. Rolle auf dem Horizont, keine Ahnung.
This is cool. I like this. I think this is kind of a vibe. I think it just goes.
Rolle auf dem Horizont,
I don't really know what they're saying. It's just me, little American. But I like the beat behind it. I think the vocals work really well. I really enjoy this track. That guitar is great.
Die Sonne kommt, Rolle auf dem Horizont, keine Ahnung, ob die Sonne.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this. This is good. No one has heard. No, I went through it. I remember. I went through it. But yeah, this is tight. I don't really think there's too much I can say about this. Like, maybe you can make the kick a little punchier, but a lot of that is just based on, you know, personal preference. Maybe you don't want a super punchy kick. Like, you can make the kick and the clap hit a little harder, but that's pretty much all of it. It sounds good. I like it a lot. So excellent work. Did I have someone already? Yeah, no, Horizons was the only person that I did. I have seen a tech music was saying for a while that they had some stuff. So I don't think it'll work if I just... Yeah, this should be it. Yeah. Okay, so this is some trance. This is cool. I like psychedelic stuff. Okay. Psytrance. Oh, that juicy effect. This is tight. I like this a lot. I'm sure if Black Marvin were on stream, he could go really in depth about stuff because he does a lot of psytrance stuff and he's really good at it. But I like this a lot. I like the psychedelic effects that you're using right now. I think you're doing a good job of adding cool atmosphere and things to keep it moving and to keep it interesting. It's got a good rhythm. This part right here. It seems like you got a decent mix on you. It sounds good. Got a cool ambient psychedelic intro. Cool vocals. I enjoy it. Like this is really interesting. I definitely like it. Even though I don't listen to psytrance all the time, this is awesome stuff. I'm pleased. I don't really have much criticism for this. You did good work, man. You did good work. Okay. So I have people telling me that I didn't. In fact, I remember this specific art. Is this exactly the same art, or is this just a different remix of the same song?
Late at night, I bought a ticket, I had you in mind. Make me feel I'm not alone tonight. I'm on my way to your darker side. Oh, I can't let go of what we did and who we used to know, of where we met and how we used to love.
Remixes, it's hard, man. That's why I usually don't get remixes. Get fired. I like this. I think I like this better than the other remix. I'm gonna be honest. This one's pretty awesome. I enjoy this a lot. You did a good job. Like the mixing is really tight. You got a good rhythm. It's high energy. It's good stuff. You had enough switch ups in there to keep it interesting. It worked out good. I'm sorry I confused the remixes. The remixes are rough, man. I usually tend, when I used to do this on my own channel, I tend not to take the remixes because it's just really difficult. It gets really confusing. So sorry about that. Sorry about that miscommunication. But vocals sound good. Good stuff. BLRX. Very, very nice. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. Cool. So, all right. Well, I might as well. I didn't have anyone else in line, so this is the first person I saw when I looked over. I'm just going to go ahead and grab them. Yeah. Spamming your stuff in the chat isn't really going to work out for you. It's not the best way. Not the best way to get seen. Alpha Beats. There we go, Up in Smoke. Okay. This is interesting. It's not really a beat that I would listen to much per se. Like, it's got some interesting synth sounds and you got a cool little atmosphere, but it doesn't really seem to flow together like a song, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no real melody I can follow. There isn't really a pattern other than the drums, so it's a little bit difficult. And I would say another thing, I mentioned this wider VSD. Yeah, wider's a good VSD. But I mentioned this to somebody else who had a similar problem with their 808, is their 808 was just constantly one note the entire time, and it also never changed in volume. It was always exactly the same, and it was kind of boring. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I guess this is changing in notes. So it is changing in notes. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's staying exactly the same in volume. Like, I want the 808 to be like boom, 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 and like fade out in volume so you have some rhythm to it. That's what I'm thinking. It's not like a sub where you just the whole time. So that's my advice. I don't know. Some tracks can get away with it. That's just my own advice. But other than that, this is interesting. I would say some kind of melody or progression to follow at least would be nice, because it's a lot of just kind of sound effects. It's a little hard to follow, but the drums, they're tight. So yeah, not the worst thing I've ever heard. Definitely not the worst thing I've ever heard. Cool stuff. I copied someone. Yeah. Tommy B. Is there Tommy B anywhere? See, yeah, I've seen him in the track or in the chat a few times here, Tommy B, but I didn't see what his track actually was. He was just saying his track. I already did Nitron. I'm pretty sure that's true. Pretty sure I did Nitron. What do we got? We have Tommy B in the chat. He was here just a second ago. Yeah, yours. Yeah, I saw him. Saw him for a while. Where you at? Nitron. I really thought I had Nitron. Hold up. I accidentally, at some point, I accidentally stopped looking in the, I accidentally stopped liking the things. Yeah, maybe it wasn't, yeah, I guess it wasn't Nitron. Maybe it was someone else who had just a really, really similar name. I don't know, that's weird. Tommy B, as soon as I ask him where he is, he's gone. Whatever, it's all good. Tommy B. Gibb. Okay, here it is. I'll take a look at yours after. I'm really torn with this one because it is really messy. I'll be honest, it's very messy, but I really like the energy, like the vibe, like I totally get where you're coming from with this. I totally understand what it's supposed to be and like the idea behind it. Like I 100% get it. I think this might be another situation of great in concept, not that great in execution. I think the execution is just messy, but overall it's like color base stuff. It's experimental. It's glitch. I get it. That's really cool. I like the vibe, but it's a little too. Messy is just a really good way to put it. It kind of crunches together. There's harmonics that don't really work. It's like there's notes that don't really go together. It's not like super great all the way through, but it's definitely a really interesting vibe. It is also pretty distorted. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but it's crushed pretty hard. Yeah, I think maybe people are saying in the chat that that's a stylistic choice, all this sort of crazy, messy, crush, distorted stuff. And if that's a stylistic choice, then, I mean, there you go. You did it. Maybe it's just not something that I'm used to listening to. I would just do it a little bit cleaner. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I've said is the criticism that I have of it. It sounds pretty solid all the way through. You definitely kept up with the vibe. You kept up with the theme. Yeah, maybe Tommy will work with a 0. I'll try that. But yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff there, Nitron. Nice stuff. Yeah, let's try the 0. Yeah, I know. Here, let me refresh the page. And then let's go. Tommy. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I just needed to refresh. Man, even now, there's like tracks coming in. It's like, how long have I been going? Yeah, I've been going for almost 3.5 hours, so not too much longer. I'm just gonna take some final people here. Okay. Right out the gate.
Get morning.
About this is dope. Yeah, this is top track of the day for me. There's a lot of other ones that I've liked, but this is really good. I love the rhythm you had there. The mixing is cool. It's loud. It's got a good vocal to carry through. It's got good solid bass line. It's got some awesome melodic content. It's dark, it's creepy, it's exactly my kind of vibe. This slaps, I'm about it. You got atmosphere in there. This sounds awesome. I'm really liking it. I'm definitely liking it. I'm struggling to find, I'm trying to pull up Critique. I guess the vocal isn't exactly the best. Like, it's a little bit cheesy, but I mean, I'm not bothered by it at all, really. That's just nitpicking at that point. Great work there, Tommy B. Great stuff. Love it. All right, did I copy someone else's? Yeah. Night remix. How many things of Night are there? Well, there's only one. Yeah, this is BLXR. Yeah, this is BLXR again. BLRX, excuse me, BLRX. So I already did that one. Rodrigo Orozco, is that I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name. It's my fault. It's not you, it's me. Here. Oh no, not here. I've seen you in some chats before, I think. So here we are. All right, this is interesting. This is definitely something. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of noise. It's very sort of like a noisy and a screamy drop, and I'm all about noisy and screamy drops. But I love the strings you had in the intro. You have good like melodic content in there. It's really cool. Even your drums are pretty all right. I think it's just the main bass that it just rising. I think it's just a little much. That's all I'm saying. I think it's just a little much. Yeah, let me copy real quick because I couldn't find this dude, so I'm gonna go ahead and get him in a second. But yeah, I think it's just a little bit. That one thing is just a little bit much. There's not really too much else wrong with the track. You got drums, you got it filled out. It's got the ARP. You got a good bass. The bass is a little high pitched, but that could just be the key of the track that you chose. Yeah, I just tone it down a little bit, make it a little less piercing and a little more reasonable, and that would be really cool. Maybe add some other sounds in there as well, just for some variation. That's pretty interesting. I'm about it. It's cool. It's cool hybrid trap. I keep saying I'm about tracks, but I am. So good stuff. I keep forgetting to like them. Dang it, I keep forgetting to like them. That's okay. I gotta get better at that. What if okay, there's a few. There's that one. Wait, what? Okay, so it's just this one, I guess. There we go.
Seen everything in black and white. Every day I long for something bright. I need you. I need you. Trying to feel a bit less paralyzed. No, it shouldn't come as a surprise. I need you. I need you. So here's to the night, making memories for life. We could escape, leave our troubles behind. These are the moments we'll remember until we die. So here's to the night, making memories for life.
That was a nice intro. Nice, that's sick. I think like this is really solid. It seems like a solid mix, a solid master. I think maybe the bass hit, that dome 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 is a little bit loud, but other than that, man. You got good drums. I like those kind of marching snares. Intro's really tight. I would say maybe you can make sort of the build up just a little bit weaker than the drop, so then when the drop comes, it kind of just opens up a little bit more. That would be pretty cool. But overall, man, solid job. Kind of DJ Snake on the drop there. Good drums. Yeah, the master is a little bit squashed, but I crush all my masters. I can't beat anyone up about that. For the style, I'd say it is a little bit crushed though. Yeah, good job. I have seen this person, Dammy D, in the chat for a while. They've been here for a while, so let me give this a listen. Dammy D. Dammy D, there we go. Quit. Nice.
The whole world watching this. Got the whole world watching this.
Whole world.
Got the whole world watching this. Got the whole world.
The loudness wars are not over. What people do is they say it's over, and then they keep crushing their tracks.
Watching this. We moving bricks, got this money coming real fucking quick. We moving bricks, got this money coming real fucking quick. We moving bricks, got this money coming real quick. Moving to the bass, fucking quick. Moving to the bass, moving fucking quick. When I got it up, the party starts. You know, we back at it. We back at it when I light it up, the party starts. You know, we back at it when I light it up, the party starts. You know, we back at it when I light it up, the party starts. You know, we back at it when I light it up, the party starts. You know, we back at it when I light it up, the party starts. Up in here, you got the house guard up in here.
All right, this is really interesting. I could definitely hear this playing in some like in the background in some club. Like I can definitely hear that. It's very consistent. It's very steady. It's just got a really solid beat. It's not overpowering. It seems like it's a little bit background to me. Like this is what you'd have like on the background of a club that would still allow people to like talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's not big and upfront and in your face. If that's what you're going for, then I think there's just not really enough of it. Like the drums aren't really hard enough, and it's not really in your face enough. But if you're going for this really just relax, kind of chill, darker house vibe, it's really bouncy. You know what I'm saying? It's just a really good club vibe. Then I think you nailed it. Because there's just space there, you know what I'm saying? You can hear the little details. It's very interesting.
Watching this. We moving bricks, got this money coming real fucking quick.
Even though there's not much going on, I'm still just kind of bouncing to it, you know what I'm saying? I think it's a good use of rhythm here. So yeah, pretty cool. Let's see, we're getting close to being done here. I'll do this. I'll say I'll do 3 more tracks. I'm gonna do 3 more. It's a call for 3 more tracks. So first one I see, it's just there's a delay. So first one I see pop up right here is gonna be, here we go. Got it. I'm not gonna really have any bias for these last 3. I'm just gonna take the first one I see as soon as I look back at the chat. Okay. That didn't really work. Wait, did I just search it in a... I'm just an idiot. I think I am. I can't find it. Lonely. Okay, here we are.
I did what I could for love. We gotta keep it moving. You never came home.
SoundCloud needs a dark mode.
Broke my heart. Don't leave the lights on. You can't save me.
Okay.
Good for love. You never came home. Leave the
This is pretty chill. This is pretty all right. I think that it's just really chill, really relaxed, just kind of nice bouncy music here.
I can't say.
I will say when this part came in, it sounds very muted. You know what I'm saying? It sounds very muffled, and I feel like that's kind of on purpose. But if it's not, I think the kick is just really like the smallest, softest kick possible, and like it's just very, there's no real hard transients in it, which maybe that's by design, but I think you have some good instruments here. You got some good delay going on. It's pretty all right. I would want to see a little higher energy, maybe just some more high end, a little more sizzle to just fill it out, to fill out those frequency spectrums. Because even these chill tracks, they don't have to be like muffled and contained. You can still kind of let them out frequency wise. So I do like these. Maybe I could take down that wood block, that dun 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 dun, you know, like that. Like that could be maybe taken down a little bit. A little. Well, there is some room on the vocals. Maybe you could add a little bit more. I don't know. I just like a lot of atmosphere in my vocals. But yeah, it seems like some pretty fun stuff. Just a really chill, kind of fun track. You know, it's very loopy. It's very loopy, and I'm cool with that. All right, this is the first one I saw, Prod Nexus. I'm gonna go for Prod Nexus here. Nothing comes up for Prod Nexus. Let me refresh this page. And, whoa, not bookmark. Nothing for Prod Nexus. Well, didn't really, what about just Nexus? Can't really find anything for Nexus either. Can you help me out here? I got your name right. Nexus Edits. Prod Nexus. You in the chat? Nexus Edits. This is Nexus Edits. Should be Nexus far down in the comments. Let me go ahead and refresh again. Refresh the page. And then search. Yeah. Just I can't find any Nexus. What's next? Oh, that's just next. Let me view previous. Maybe this will help here. Okay, so now we have all the, they're all very recent. Can't find anything for Nexus. What about Prod? There's probably going to be a lot of these. That's a Prod, that's a Prod. And there's a Prod. John. Oh, okay, John. Here. Let me see if I see anything that says Prod Nexus. Or anything close to that. Yeah, it's Jonas. It's Jonas. 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 John. See, this is how long ago? This is like 17 minutes ago. So which John are you? Did I not see? Which John? We got John. This John. What is that? Ahoy. Oh, okay. Wait, which one? There's a delay. Is it? Is it this one? Not finished 123.exe. I'm gonna assume it's this one. Yeah, Nexus. Okay, cool. I like this, man. This is tight. I love the creativity. There's some cool stuffs in here. Some cool stuffs. The guitar and then it goes into the drop. I think that's really cool. I enjoy this a lot. The kick sounds like it's a little like thuddy, like a bonk. It's got like a bonk. Like there's a little bit of distortion there. But it doesn't even bother me that much. I just think this is a cool track. I like your use of like real instruments, and there's cool creativity happening in here. I like it. Dark melodies. Yeah, I like it a lot. Good job, Nexus. I can't really find much to say about it. It's just really creative. It's good stuff. I like it. All right, and boom. Aha, this person. Let me copy them. Stop moving, chat. Okay, here we are. Final, assuming I can find it. There it is. All right, final track. Here we go. Final track of today. We'll do this again at some point. This is cool. This ended up turned out really good, but this track was not found. No. Oh no. It's the wrong link. What is this track called? Let's see. Merwadi D-Step. Or was supposed to be that. Now there's nothing to see here. Didn't really work out. Was there a comment? It didn't really happen. That sucks. I'm sorry. Is there no way to... Oh, okay. Okay, now it worked. What? That was weird. It worked and then it didn't. Okay, well, I got it. That was really weird. I don't know if it was private and then... Like, I don't know, but here we are. This is final track of the day. We'll do this again at some point. We definitely will do this again. I'm sorry to anyone I couldn't get to. There's just no way I could get to everyone. I wish I could, but we've been going for almost 4 hours now. This is longer than I expected. We'll do this again at some point.
Switch. Switch.
This is interesting. It's a lot of dubstep. I can tell you sort of know something about the layout of the track, because the layout of the track is pretty cool. I will say I think some variation in the second drop would have been cool. At least a little more. There was a little bit, but because it's a lot of that one machine gun bass, and that one machine gun bass is cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool. Is this stream available somewhere? Yeah, it's available on YouTube. It's gonna stay up on YouTube. But that one machine gun bass is cool. It does get kind of repetitive in the first drop. It gets to the point where it's like, yeah, I've heard it, and then it goes to the second drop, and it's exactly the same one. So it's a little bit much, but you do have some variation here. So you did put a little bit of thought into that as well. Switch. Another thing I would say is, when you're checking your basses, I would, at least this is what I do, and make sure that my basses are generally in the same place in the stereo spectrum. So some aren't just super wide and then one's dead middle and then super wide, dead middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure that they're kind of in the same place, which I like to be kind of in the middle. I don't like my basses to be crazy wide all the time, and I don't like them to be dead center. I like them to be somewhere in the middle where it's like, yeah, you can hear a bit of stereo action, but they're still nice and hard and up front. Just finding that happy medium is a good idea, at least in my book. You have a nice dark intro.
I want you to listen to bass. Switch.
You have some cool switch ups and stuff like that. So yeah, cool stuff, fun stuff. Good job, everybody. Good work, everyone. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I ended up going for longer than I thought I would. 3 minutes 58. Yeah, 4-hour stream. That's how it goes. Shout out to everybody who stuck through this stream and everybody who I played on here. Everyone was really awesome. I also had a really good wide variety of sounds that I listened to here. Like, it wasn't just all dubstep, or wasn't just all techno. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had like world music in here. We had some rock stuff. There was good moments in this stream. I think this was a lot of fun. I appreciate all you guys for commenting on here, joining the Facebook group. If you're not part of the Facebook group, yeah, you should be. I mean, there's tons of stuff here, not just this, but just other things as well. There's tons of cool stuff you can find on this group, so I highly recommend you join it, and the invites are accepted pretty quickly. It's a lot of good stuff, so I appreciate all you guys for coming out. Looked like we had a pretty active chat. That's a lot of fun. Again, I apologize in the middle where like the links didn't work and stuff like that. That wasn't really planned. We'll get that figured out if we try to do that again. But yeah, we'll also figure out. We'll see if we want to do it this way again, or we'll see if it works a better way. This way seemed to work out okay. It was a little bit confusing at some points, but it definitely did end up working. Like, we ended up getting people on here, and if we do it again, we'll make sure to go over with everyone the rules and let everyone know exactly what we're doing ahead of time, like we did for this stream. So awesome! Thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. Had a bunch of fun. Made some awesome tracks. You guys are super talented, and I will see you in the next video. Happy producing.